See Ken Strowman out there. All right, I'll call us to order. We will begin our work session. We'll go straight into it. Mr. Park.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, council members, I'm going to present tonight some of the reductions that we discussed. Of course, last meeting, we directed to go back and review our budget, and particularly look at a lot of the contractual services and try to make any adjustments possible to those expenses in order to reduce the amount of expenses and bring that proposed 5 mil tax increase down to a 2.5 mil tax increase. The presentation here will include about $135,997 in reduction in expenses. And we'll go through each one of these items just so you have an idea of each department. You kind of see council. We reviewed professional services. We actually needed about $2,500 more. Our audit services, as a result of increased compliance reporting, the report itself now is about 15 pages longer. That increased the cost by about $5,000. We are able to see a reduction in dues and subscriptions. And one thing I did is I looked at the actual activity to date, and I'm hoping that we don't have any additional expenses in dues and subscriptions, whether it's for, I believe this is probably related predominantly to the conferences that are the council takes on an annual basis. I have included a reduction in community relations of $5,000. Looking at the administrator and clerk, the council's budget, a $2,000 reduction in professional services. Went back through finance, a $1,000 reduction in supplies. Our QS1 expenses for the year are going to be about $2,000 greater than originally estimated. However, we will see a $4,000 reduction in postage. So overall, a savings of about $3,000. Personnel budget, a reduction of $10,000 in contractual services. Technology, okay. I had, based on our current expenses and actually providing with some additional amounts, I still was able to reduce contractual services by 10, dues and subscriptions by another $3,000. So that's a $13,000 reduction. County attorney, $2,500 based on, prior year. Treasurer, we had a savings with equipment lease. Part of that may have to do with the fact that some of that lease payment has expired. Delinquent tax, a reduction in QS1 services by $5,247. The auditor's office, that was break even because we had a savings of professional services with QS1 increased by $9,500, and we're able to reduce equipment by $5,000. Tax assessor, we got an additional expense for QS1. However, we made some reductions in training, travel, and meals, $7,000. Operating and maintenance on equipment, $3,000. Dues and subscriptions, $2,000. Overall savings of $8,000. GIS, 2,500 in professional services, 500 in training, travel, and meals. Overall savings of $3,000. Voters registration, reduction of office supplies, telephone, 1,000 each. Postage, about a $7,000 savings, and training, travel, and meals, $4,000. That's $13,000. Clerk of court, 3,500 in office supplies, 2,500 in postage, and equipment maintenance, $500. Probate judge, professional fees, $1,500, advertising, $4,500, maintenance on equipment, increased by about $250, and other special projects, a $2,500 savings. Overall, $8,250. Magistrates, $2,000 on juror expense. Coroner, $1,000 in travel, training, and meals. Public Works, 10,000 in contractual services. Maintenance on equipment, 15,000. 5,000 for a total of 15,000. Recreation, we've made some pretty significant reductions there. $20,000 on uniforms, equipment, and such, and 5,000 on umpire referee pay. Last year, that amount was greatly understated. Looking at the museum, we had a $1,000 reduction in utility, or $1,000 in utilities for the museum. Library, $4,000 reduction in utilities. And lastly, we've got economic development for $500 in postage, and travel, training, and meals, $1,000 for $1,500. Overall, those reductions, $135,997. Anyone has any questions about those particular cuts?
I got one, and I just need to clarity.
Sure.
On the county attorney, now, is the county attorney, or was he the administrative attorney? That would keep throwing me off. Sometimes they say that he's the attorney for the county, then I've been hearing that he was the attorney for the administrator. Which one is it?
What I understand, he is the attorney for the administrator.
All right, so being that we do not have an administrator,
We don't have.
but we can keep a retain, I'm asking you, I'm just a question.
His reporting is actually to the administrator. That's
The
what
interim, whoever, it's whoever there.
Right.
whoever's
So
in the
he's
seat.
He's not the council's attorney per se.
So basically, the council is without, legal representation, correct?
Well, to a certain extent, yes, and of course, you're connected with your county association, and I think you probably rely greatly on their recommendations on matters, so, but my understanding is that the attorney actually reports directly to the administrator.
So is Mr. McLeod still employed as
Yes.
the attorney?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
He just bills for actual service.
He has a set amount, for whatever reason, the amount that was budgeted was rounded up to like 25,000. Expectation is that it'll be 22.5 or less.
Question, voter registration next year being election year, is that cutting it?
Well, we looked at the numbers and we think we've got enough to cover that. So, in the current year, now obviously in the next fiscal year, we'll have a greater amount of expense maintenance there.
But that's what I was looking for, 2023, 2024.
Yeah.
We reduced it by $13,000, and that's based on,
The general election, though, will be in November, so we'll have the primary cost, obviously, within that June year end, but we'll have the general election cost on the other side of that.
or was all these numbers actual to where we spent this year, or were they?
Well, what I did is I looked at actual, then I tried to take into consideration some circumstances that we may know about that, could adjust that. But I felt good that that was as far as we could actually reduce these expenses and be able to, stay with the budget.
And you've actually identified, it wasn't like a 2% across the board like we had talked.
No, we went
That
into each,
kind of reference.
every single line item that we looked at. And of course, obviously, we made no adjustments to salary and compensation and benefit costs. But everything outside of that, it was a part of the analysis.
The increase in the QS professional services, what did that entail? Did they increase their amount of services or?
Their service costs have increased, plus I think things have just gotten more complex with that. Unfortunately, it tends to be it's a scenario that's kind of across the board. I'm seeing, like, for example, with ADP, payroll services, their cost has increased quite a bit, and that's the large burden that personnel is carrying as far as their increase as a result of the increase in cost of those services.
I have some questions, Mr. Park. Back to page 1.
Okay, let me
It's page 2.
go into this. You're in
In the finance department, I noticed that we are adding a part-time person there.
We've had a part-time person over this past year. Now, that person is not going to actually be working in finance. She will be aiding the treasurer.
So should that stay there, or should we?
Well, we could move it to the treasurer's office. That would be fine. But that is.
Because the treasurer has a part-time person in her budget too.
Correct.
So I don't.
She is requesting that additional assistance from the person that we had utilized in the finance department.
So that should not be there if she has a part-time person. She's going to be hiring a
So
part.
she's probably got, how many, 2 part-time persons? And sometimes, either, obviously, when you look at tax collection, that period at the end of the calendar year, things certainly ramp up significantly. And that tends to be the time when she's needing assistance.
So what are you telling me about that in finance?
I'll be glad to move that to the treasurer's office, but I think there's, Ms. Farrington has some real concerns that she needs that person to help her in the office. So I'll volunteer that.
Okay. With non-departmental, page 3,
Okay.
I noticed nothing was taken from that budget at all, and I have a concern about contract services and professional service. What does that entail?
Okay. And let's see. I would probably have to actually pull those documents. I mean, I looked at where we are year to date, and we had budgeted 25,000 in the current year. We we're able to make that work within the $15,000 based on what's been charged to that particular non-departmental account.
But who would that would involve though?
It could be probably, I'm just gonna have to actually pull that particular report to see on the general ledger who's getting, who was getting charged that. Could be for, I don't know whether we would have had any engineering services possibly that would be general fund related. If that's the case, that's where they get charged. There may be some other type of contractual services associated with, with the general fund.
Also in personnel, there's contract service. I'm going to say that I'm really talking about contractor service because I really need to know about the contract service, who that involves,
The big
people.
contract service in personnel would be our payroll program, ADP. And that's $65,000. That is what the county expends on an annual basis. I'm not sure would there be anything else other than
We have, selection board every contract services.
okay.
And then the other ones that we have.
That would probably be professional services.
Well, I think it was professional services, so. And then we have contracts for physicals and contracts for different health-related things for new hires and background checks. Or professional services for those.
Let me mention on the departmental, I think one of the contractual services that we're having to provide for is the other post-employment benefits. There's an actuarial service that we pay in order to determine what, there's a requirement that we do that on an annual basis, and then every 3 years we do something that's pretty significant with that. So I'm guessing that is one of the payments that we've got in professional services. And I'm trying to think of
And well, it's just that I noticed last year didn't put it in the budget, but it's in it this year. And I see that, it's like, to me, you look like you're swapping professional service out and throwing it into contractor service.
Well, the contracted services, I think, is just trying to identify ADP separately rather than combining that with the professional services, which would include the labor attorneys.
Let me just say, I saw everybody's budget, and then you said that we haven't had a cost of living increase, but I did a summary of every salary in here.
Right.
And I noticed that every salary, if I look at it, I would just take information technology. Every salary in here, where it's a one-person salary, is already in a 1% increase.
Well, let me mention this because of the fact that we do implement the payroll change in terms of the cost of living increase in January. So you're going to have half of the year at the former rate, the other half a year with the 2% increase. So like, for example, the 2% that was awarded in the previous year, 1% of that is actually going to be coming into the current budget because we only paid for half of that cost of living increase in the last fiscal year. The current fiscal year will have half of a year. So even though there's no cost of living increase for the current fiscal year, the actual salaries are reflecting a 1% increase because the increase is implemented in January, which represents half of the year.
So what we seeing now, this 1%, has to do with last year's budget.
Yes,
So, because we haven't decided about this year, about 2% or anything. But one, in our last meeting, I asked, and you was said that we took it out. But the concern that I had was the fact that I don't want you to just put it in there without us talking about it, but my concern was that the employees with less than $15 an hour, I'm concerned, and I know that there's probably some concern from people who say, well, I've been here 5 years now, I'm just making $16 an hour, so why are they jumping up? I'm sorry that, you know, maybe no one saw that at that time, but I do see 28 people, full-time employees, that does not have a $15 an hour pay scale. And unfortunately, I also see that, the former, I'll just call him the former administrator sat here and said, well, we pay them for 40 hours, even though they work 37 and a half. Everybody who works in those offices works 40, they'll go in at 8:30 and they get off at 5, but they have an hour lunch break. State law says you don't even have to be providing lunch break. I know that because I read the state law, but out of courtesy, we give everybody lunch break. But I don't believe in, I don't know whether that's something this council has adopted, I don't believe in saying, if I work for the state, which I did, I work for school district, which I did, you don't get paid for 40 hours, and you don't work 40 hours. If I was in a plant job, they're not gonna tell me, you're working 40 hours, but I'm gonna pay you for 41. So I'm just trying to understand, and it's no fault of your own, you're just telling me what you're doing. But is that legal to pay someone for not working? I know if we don't pay them, they're gonna be upset, but is it legal for us to pay people who are not on the job? Now see, this is why we need our lawyer.
I'll have to go back and really look at that and contact our labor lawyer about it.
Okay.
And I'll make sure I'm in contact with Deputy.
Okay.
Has
I
there
don't
been
mind-
discussions on making those hourly positions, salary positions to eliminate, that barrier? If 37.5 hours is an average, which from a state and school district perspective, that's an average working week. If those hourly employees could be made salary, is there something why they're hourly instead of salary
Some of
employees?
those employees will, you got certain departments where they actually always have overtime. They're gonna make overtime. And then that will create a problem, them being salary.
Such as EMS.
Well, not only EMS, you've got, public works. You've got sometimes maintenance is working late. You've got the sheriff's department that works late, the detention center, all of those departments. And they're all set up on the 40 hours, just like everyone else. And EMS is set up on 24/72.
24/72 meaning what?
Meaning they work 24 hours straight, and then they're off 72, they're on that type of schedule. And we pay them for the 24 hours.
What are 911 people, how many?
At 911, they also, when we get that, when their schedule's done, they also make overtime each week based off of how their hours run. They work 12 hours.
But the majority are salaried positions in the county.
Majority are hourly positions in the county. You do have some that we may do if we know that they definitely will not ever have any overtime, that we may salary them, but they may not meet the federal guidelines for a salary. So we do have some of those, but then we have, just like I said, probably more people in the county that are hourly due to the fact that we know already that they're going to be making overtime.
So these offices, let's say treasurer, auditor, all those offices, those offices close at 5 o'clock. How will they be making overtime?
When they have court.
I can see clerk of
When they have court, and when they prepare for court.
Okay.
Lots of times they may work over that week, and someone will even come in on a Saturday and work. Now, their overtime is not like it's great overtime, but they will make overtime.
And I think to Ms. Lawson's point when she was saying that if I'm working 37.5 hours, but I'm getting paid for 40 hours because of the lunch break,
Right.
and Bob, I was listening to one of the interviewees for the administrative position, and when he was saying that he removed that lunch break, but actually save money, but put that money back into salary. So if I'm working 37.5 hours and I'm making $14.37 an hour, you know, I get paid for, and that extra money that save end up going back into for raises and things. You know, I don't necessarily have a problem with it, but I see Ms. Lawson's point of if I'm working a 37.5 hour work week, but I'm getting paid for 40 hours, you know, regardless, you know, that can send some mixed signals, you know, for some people who, you know, kind of working their behinds off, but they are paying on the lowest amount of the totem pole, and they will never be able to reach with someone who, you know, I might be working a full 40-hour work week. If I'm a sanitation worker, I'm working 40 hours plus. But if I'm an office worker and I'm working 37.5 hours and getting paid for 40 hours, that can send some mixed signals. And so if there's a way to kind of look at that, maybe reduce that lunch from an hour to 30 minutes is what, you know, that person was saying, you know, to make sure that it's congruent across the board and it, you know, maps out when I'm, you know, a lower paid worker. And I know that I'm working way harder than you working and you getting, you know, paid, you know, 2.5 more hours for nothing. That can send some mixed signals.
And thank you for addressing that, because that was a concern. Several people brought that to my attention, but I brought it to my own attention. I know that I would not want to feel like I'm getting, I mean, proudly to say, former administrator, well, we paid them for 40. And right, there was a red flag for me, because no, if I'm a hard-working labor person, I want to get paid my extra hours too. I have one more concern, well, more than one, but I'm gonna stop and let someone else answer. Mr. Parks, on page, with the animal control, animal shelter, page 10. I noticed you didn't do anything with that budget, with that contract service.
Right.
Can you tell me what happened with that?
That contract services is with the Humane Society.
And we are,
And we do have we do have a binding contract for that. I think from what I understand a little bit of the history, there was a sense that they were able to manage that operation better than if the county were to try to hire individuals in. And I know they get a lot of volunteers too. That's a 24/7 operation, and so I think that's probably not all that uncommon that something like an animal shelter would be contract services with a government.
That came about when we moved into the new building. We transferred those funds, went over the funds that were in the budget that we were doing. Humane Society took it over, and then that was part of the agreement, was that money would transfer over for them to run it. And that's been going on now for 6-7 years or so.
So the county doesn't run the animal shelter, the Humane Society runs the animal shelter?
The county
Contracts with Humane Society.
Contract.
but the county pays the employees who work at the animal shelter, is that
We've
right?
only got one, looks like we've got one full-time employees. The Humane Society pays all the other staff.
So that's one person there that we have budgeted.
Yes, ma'am.
Nobody else, just that one person. Yet, I noticed that you took care of that one person, but yet when the county decided 7 years ago to take on the solid waste, you did not take care of that person, the people who work the trucks, because that we contract out to solid waste with that $1.3 million contract. We contract out with them.
With
Waste management, and that's on our taxes, and we pay those. And I don't know who else has heard, but people have called me and said, no one has picked up my trash. No one has picked up my trash this week. And it's been going on for a couple of months. So I've talked with the young men several times. Only 3 people take the controls the whole county trash. They pick up trash all over this county. And I don't know whether the council did not realize that or not, but that when you contracted with that service, you agreed to let them pay those people the minimum, which is $10 now that they're getting $10. Not that I'm saying that it's your fault so far, but I'm saying this. I don't know how long are we in contract with this company? Is it forever or what?
I know it was probably was it a 5-year contract? You recall?
I think it was a 5-year contract, and we just gave them that increase. It was mandated after 3 years, just this last time. But that process was bid out
Okay.
to contractors, and what they pay their people, the companies, we don't really have anything to do with it.
Right.
We had like 5 different people bid on it.
And they made a decision to pay them the lowest pay. That, I mean, the county has nothing to do with that.
We contract with Waste Management. They are in control of what their salary and benefit packages are to
They don't get any.
employees.
I think, if I may, what we did was to set the lowest bid. Was that correct? We had set the lowest bid, and so the lowest bid would have been broke down and passed out to the residents of XYZ for the amount that they pay for the trash. That's the reason we took the lowest bid.
Right, I can understand what the county did. I can understand what the county, so you bid on it, but what we probably failed to, I know, maybe that's not a part of the contract, to say, well, your employees, because you would not have any say-so in the county employees, but I am totally dissatisfied with this company because my tax dollars come off what they're paying them, and that's where they get my tax dollars and everybody else's tax dollars, and it's a disgrace that they're paying those people, 3 people, $10 an hour, and they start at 6 a.m. and sometimes they're ending at 8 p.m. at night. So I find that heartbreaking for me. And if I can find a way to help call them and do something, I'm going to ask the Lord to help me find a way for those people to get their money.
In all of the contracted services, when you give explanation for what they are, they seem very vague, you know? I would like to know exactly which each contracted service is, how much it costs. I want everything laid out. I don't want, well, I think it's this, or I'm guessing that it's that. I want to know exactly what that contract is. If it's a software program, if it's a license, I want to know what that software program is, how much that software program costs, what's the license, what's the renewal fee, everything, because a lot of money is being, it looks like a lot of money is being packed away in professional services and contractor services, period. It just looks that way. And I think we, as a council, need to know which each service is and the amount.
So we did.
I'd like that.
The annual general ledgers, and they've got posting of every single account. So, I mean, we do have, no question about it. We've got the detail, but we try to go back and compile. We rely on our department heads to make the determination what they need, and then we review that request, and then make a determination if their request that they made is reasonable, or if there's some adjustment that needs to take place.
Yeah, and we need to make the adjustment if there is an adjustment that's needed. But when I look at $114,000 in animal shelter contracted services, and the only answer I got, well, the Humane Society, we contract out the Humane Society. Well, what do they do?
$9,500 a month.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what, if we were.
Yeah, I want to know. I want to know what it is they do. I want to know what services they provide. I want to know what program they use. I want to know the amount it costs. Because if we can save $1,000 off of this contract, then that's $1,000 that we can save. So, and right now, the way I see it, we're pretty thin. We're pretty thin, and every dollar counts.
I guess the question is, are you satisfied with the service that they provide? And, if there's.
We don't know the service they provide.
Well, you probably do, because if not getting complaints, they may be doing a fairly good job. I know personally, I've had some experience with them, and I thought they did a great job.
And I don't want to pick on just the animal shelter. I'm talking about all contractual services that you have in this budget. And I mean, it's some major dollars hidden in contractual services that we don't know what that is.
Tax assessor, other charges at the bottom, $93,500, that kind of stuff. Then they still have contract service and professional service. They still have Q1.
That's a very significant software program that is a 3-year commitment in the tax assessor's office.
I mean, I know this hadn't been traditionally how this process has been done, you know, but I can't continue in good faith, you know, to continue to vote on a budget that's going to affect the average taxpayer citizen if I don't know enough to make an accurate, you know, decision. You've done a wonderful job of cutting and things. For future engagement of this process, those vague terms, contractual services and things, you know, we need to know specifically what those contracted services are, so we can make a determination, you know, if we truly need those services in our county, if we can operate without, you know, that certain amount, or if there's alternatives that we can begin to seek out, you know, because, you know, it's unfair to the people that they elect us as elected officials and we go through the motions, especially with a process that's going to affect them. You know, we really need to understand and know what's in this budget, you know, and what these contracted and professional services truly are, to know if we really need, you know, $95,000 for a particular service, or whatever that number is. I'm not trying to be difficult. We're not trying to make this process difficult for you, but at the same time, we want to make it easier for us to look our citizens in the face and say, yeah, you know, we did our very, very best to ensure that this budget aligned with what it needed to align with, to reduce the burden that comes with raising taxes and other things that we might, you know, again, I know this hasn't been how this process, you know, been engaged before in the past, but it should be. We should be verbally sparring, you know, on this budget process to ensure that each department, number one, is operating within the bounds that you know they should, and number two, to ensure that every dime that is spent is a needful expense, you know, to reduce the burden of having to come at the end of the year and say, look, citizens, we know we ain't doing much, but we got to tax y'all a little more. You know, we need to be very diligent. They elect us for this reason. This is one of the reasons they elect us, to ensure that when we're going through this budget process, that whatever we can do to reduce an extra dollar on them, that we take the opportunity to begin to do so. And that's why I'm here. You know, I'm not the most popular person on here, but at the same time, I'm going to do my due diligence to ensure that if we're voting on this budget, if I'm going to vote a yay for a budget, I'm confident that I looked at that budget, that I, you know, scrutinized that budget, and if I'm going to say yes, you know, it's because I think that we've done everything that we needed to do in order to reduce costs, to ensure that the citizens won't have an undue extra 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, whatever that number is, that they don't have an extra cost that should not be afforded to them.
I totally agree. That's why I'm so upset with this solid waste, because in there, we have contracted services with solid waste, but we're paying for contracted service collection. Now we have also contracted services. So that's why I'm concerned. I made it clear. I am concerned about professional development, professional services, contract service, and then these so-called other special project charges. I honestly want to know what they are. I said it from day one. This is my 6th month now. I've said it from day one. I am a detailed person, and I like detail.
On the recreation.
One of the reasons why we provided those reports, obviously, there's an ability to see every single posting. And if there's any question in terms of a vendor that's posted to a line item, we certainly have the supporting documentation, we can pull the invoice, we can pull the contract, whatever it is that you would like, but,
Under recreation, Mr. Park, you have, last year you spent $35,000 on the contract services, and you have allocated for this year $35,000. The same year, you have umpire pay at $2,000, but this year you have it allocated at $35,000. But we didn't do, and that's because we didn't do anything last year. But if we didn't do anything last year, why do we have that $35,000
well,
there?
the fact is that when we looked at the umpire pay, I think we've already spent about $30,000 already this year. So, we're confident that we'll be at the $35,000 by the end of this
Yeah,
next fiscal year.
Well, that's in the line from last year. We didn't have a rec program last year. We all know that. We didn't really do anything. But yet that $35,000 is sitting there, like we know that's what we're gonna do
Are you
again.
talking about contracted service? That's
Yes, sir.
probably for maintenance of the fields and, cutting and such. So,
Don't we hire people to do that?
well, we
That's
do
contract.
a lot of contract for that. That seems to be the most efficient means to do that.
Mr. Park, can you explain to me what lost credit bank account is on other
Lost
expenses?
credit is local option sales tax. And there are two components to local option sales tax. The first component has to do with rolling back property taxes. And 71% of the collections for local option sales tax actually go to reduce the property tax burden. If we didn't have local option sales tax, our property taxes would be significantly higher. The other component, 29%, is what's termed to be new money. And so that is actually a portion of the additional penny sales tax that we're able to collect and include within the revenues of the county budget.
So,
And what happens is, there's a tax credit factor that is assigned each year, and you end up taking the full appraised value that's subject to the rollback, and then you divide that by the anticipated collections, and you come up with a tax credit factor, and then that's assigned to the property tax bill, so that whatever that percentage is, that component is used to then reduce an individual's property tax.
you're telling me this, but if I had to ask the tax assessor, could he not told me the same thing?
Well, I don't know whether he could have or not.
What about the tax, what about the auditor?
I would think, but I mean,
Which is the expert. She probably could have told me the same thing if I had her here today and we were talking, because she's an elected official. I would say, auditor, you explain to me about these taxes? That's what I was saying all along. I do appreciate you, Mr. Parks, I do. But what's missing from me, what's missing for me is that these people are elected officials too, and they handle that every day, and they are the expert at explaining watercraft tax, all those sales tax. And for some reason, none of us had, in the past, all of you may have in the past, but for me, this present, have not had the opportunity to say, let's sit around, let's talk about this budget, because if the taxpayers tell me that if y'all telling me we should go 2 meals, 4 meals, or 5 meals, I would like for the tax auditor to tell me that. I would like for even though they don't, as y'all say, they don't make the decision, we make the decision. But having that conversation from those people would have helped me better understand that. I know you do a good job, and I commend you, But I like to hear from the expert.
Ms. Sumner, you may or may not know, I know, Benny, you new in this realm you're in. All these contractual services, is it, automatic renewal, or do they bring it back to the administrator each and every year when the contract run out?
Some of those services are renewed. Okay, the contracts may come in the end of the year, usually around June for some of the services. Some of the services aren't like an automatic renewal. If, like, as Mr. Parks was saying, they didn't last year, they're called professional services, because I have several services that I call contractual services, but they were under professional services. For, like we do health, health screenings, we do physicals, and I contract with Carousel for physicals. We do hepatitis shots, and we contract. The contract is a dollar amount that's set, and it's set for a year. They usually send a contract out, but we had that listed all up under professional services. So you do have some of those that are written contracts, but then you have some that come in like for background checks. There's no contract there, but that is up under professional services or contracted services. But just like I said, it's no written thing. It's just how we're paying them out of that, because that's something that will continue to go as long as we hire people who would have to use another agency to run our back.
Okay.
Yeah, because if I was coming to a public meeting as a citizen, and I would need to see specifics, you know, and if I'm just looking at a line item that says professional services, you know, if I'm coming to a public meeting to be able to scrutinize, I need to ask, what does that professional service entail? But if that's already professional service, you know, ADP, you know, Care South and all of that, then I have a better interpretation of what, you know, those things mean, so I can be informed. You know, everybody don't want to be informed. Some people love being ignorant. Ignorant is blissful to some people. Unfortunately, I'm not one of those persons that like to remain ignorant, and especially when the information is out there for me to either ask a question or go and seek it. So for this council, we got to be more engaged with this process to ensure that we are articulate when somebody asks us the question as to why did y'all vote on that budget? You know, and not just because it was third reading and we was getting to June 30th and we had to go ahead and quickly, you know, that's what we engaged last year. It was moving quickly and it was almost June 30th, and so we said, look, let's go ahead and vote this budget in and cross our fingers. No, we want to make sure that we are educated and articulate when it comes to this budget, especially if it might mean an extra dollar added on to my tax bill, which I'm not even, you know, happy with the services that are being provided, but you want to tax me again. Little things like that really and truly matter to us as elected officials when we go out and when we talk to people. I'm not sure who else talk to people. You know, I'm assuming that everybody up here interact with their citizens and talk to their citizens. Or you interact with them, and can you give them factual information when it comes down to certain decisions that we make? If we're not, then let us be more diligent about becoming educated on these processes. And so when we do interact with our citizens, we can be factual in giving them information on why we're doing certain things, why we're voting certain ways, you know, what's the inner workings of certain things. Because for a long time, I felt very deficient at being able to address citizens because information wasn't coming to us as we needed. It was a very closed process, and when a citizen was to ask something, I had to tell them, hold on, let me go and research that and let me come back to you. I don't want to have to go and research things. I want it laid out for me so I can be articulate in being able to express, you know, what you elected me for, which is to look out for your interests, look out for your child interest, your parents' interest, and ensuring that if we are taxing you as citizens, it's because we had no other alternative, not because we was too lazy to scrutinize this process as we're doing to ensure that it's a correct and a right process, almost down to the dollar figure.
Mr. Chairman, we did last year, that's part of what we did do last year. I think if everybody remembers sitting up here, we started off last year with a 12 meal increase. And by working the different meetings, workshops and stuff, we wound up doing the minimum 5 meal increase. So there was a lot, there was pretty good cut from 12 down to 5 for the citizens in Marlboro County. So that's what happened last year, you know. That's basically what we're doing now. We're trying to cut everywhere we can and eliminate contract fees and services that we don't need. I mean, I appreciate the job you've done to take that 135,000. That's a little over 2 meals right there, I think. So, Mr. Chairman, excuse me just a few minutes.
Well, Mr. Park, show us how the rest of your presentation
Okay,
works
very
out.
good. Let me just quickly go through I'm just going to go through this PowerPoint. And this just kind of gives you an idea of where, I'll do this quickly because I know that we're running into 6 o'clock. And you can see an adjustment made to general property taxes, reducing that from the 5 mils down to 2.5 mils. You can see total revenue and other sources, $14,221,088. Use of fund balance, $392,673. So it's under $400,000. It's about 3% of budget. Just looking at it using a pie chart, obviously we know the maximum increase is 8%. A millage requested in the budget, 2.5 mils. Approximately 2.5%. Looking at the way the millage looks for our taxing entity, the only change is going from 95.5 to 98 mils for the county board. Looking at the actual request, you can see 14,220 in expenses, 13,665. We're talking a $165,000 tax increase, leaving a 390 deficit. Looking at the request, no change here from the last discussion. Nominal changes to these slides. One thing we did is I actually looked at the various departments, so that way you can kind of see anything in red means that there's an increase, anything in green is a decrease. You can kind of see what those percentages look like. And you can kind of see going down, probably administration and finance for the most significant reductions and non-departmental as well, whether it's administration. You go to the next page. You can see red is an increase and then green is a decrease. So looking at overall, we're talking a $316,963 increase, which is about 2% when you consider the rate of inflation. Obviously, we had to do a lot of trimming to get there. So I think that this is a reasonable budget based on looking at our prior year and rolling forward, and also the fact that we did lose a major taxpayer. And so obviously we had to do some significant reductions in order to get to the point where we didn't have a significant increase over the prior year. That's just there, looking at department slides, and then these are all slides that I presented to you. So I'm not sure. One thing I would like to do is actually look at, I do want to just kind of talk to you a little bit about the 5-year capital plan. I know that this is a significant. This is something that we're going to be, I'm going to be presenting later, but you can see that we've got a 5-year capital plan, use and funding is based on expected capital needs of projects and funding that has been discussed in prior council meetings and One significant project included in the plan is the addition of an $8.5 million recreation facility and pool. Project of this magnitude will require a referendum for voters to authorize the county to issue general obligation bonds to provide for proceeds to pay for the construction of the facility and pool. A 25-year general obligation bond issue with a single A credit will require about 9 mils. So if you were to authorize the voters to put this question on the ballot in, just say, the general election, and the question passes, it would require about a 9 mil tax increase. Obviously, what's important, if you're considering looking at something like this, a lot of plans and preparations need to take place well in advance of the November 2024 general election. And just looking at the actual capital plan, you've got this document in your packet, but we've got a series of things, of course, vehicles that are connected with different operations, whether it's public works, public buildings, sheriff's department. We've got facilities that are connected with recreation. We have, of course, the recreation complex with the building of a multi-purpose facility and the pool. That's the $8.5 million. And then, of course, we've got the other expenses associated with, like, for example, EMS on an annual basis. We're really needing to replace an ambulance, and that's a pretty significant amount. One thing I've done here is I've really put a lot of thought into the whole funding and financing piece, and obviously we've got some pretty significant dollars here. Community facility grants that are generally connected with our vehicles for public works and for the sheriff's department, for example. SRO grant. There's 3 vehicles that are provided through the SRO grant with South Carolina Department of Public Safety. We have joint project funds with Lake Paul Walls Authority to provide for the construction of a boardwalk. That's $350,000. Anticipate issuing more 8% debt on, typically every 5 to 6 years. We can go out and do a new bond issue, retain the same 5.3 mils, not have a tax increase, but actually have some additional proceeds to work from. Land and Water Conservation Grant. This is with PRT and Department of Interior. We met with PRT last week, and in July, I plan to bring a request to apply for a land and water conservation grant. That's connected with outdoor recreation. So those would be things that you would be able to utilize to address some of the existing, parks. We've got American Rescue Plan, we've got designated fund balance, we've got GeoBond referendum debt, we've got airport grants, see those on an annual basis, economic development funds, whether it's revenues or grants, EMS revenues connected with, purchasing those ambulances, combination of that, and community facility grants. Operations and fund balance to cover the other, and hospitality and accommodations tax to address some of the image projects. So overall, there's quite a bit here. We're looking at, if we did all these items, it'd be about $23 million over the next 5 years. And I actually included a little bit of the calculation to kind of see that they're just using one of the business calculations. This is 25 $8.5 million. In the debt service, $603,000, roughly $600,000. These are scheduled payments over 25 years. But anyway, I don't know if you've got any questions about that. I'd be glad to discuss it. I know we're running into our meeting time.
Yeah, but I do have a question. I'm looking at that $8.5 million that you allocated towards that recreational complex. That doesn't factor any of that.
No, that's in addition to
In addition to, so that it was 8.5 in addition to what?
what you've already got.
So what do we already have?
Well, you've got, funding from the American Rescue Plan, like, for example, you've got some of the earmark from the legislative delegation, that has not been doing what the efforts. I think it's $1,150,000, the tax number.
Through our delegation?
Yeah, the $2 million contribution that you received from the legislative delegation. But that's anticipating about a $6 million multi-purpose facility and a $2.5 million pool.
But what I'm concerned about is the allocation of this $7 million, almost $7 million that we got from the American Rescue Plan that we really hadn't even touched the citizens.
There's $5 million. It was $5 million. Two is from the legislative delegation, and of course there are those commitments that were part of the the budget that was approved in December. Whether or not that was acquisition, renovation of the golf course, it's the rest stop, of course, there was the acquisition of the property, nothing was going beyond that. Then, let's see, other.
Is any of that money included in this capital improvement plan?
Yeah, all that is included in the plan. So everything that has not been expended, as of the end of this fiscal year. We made some estimates in terms of what was going to be completed, what wasn't. And when we look at the actual budget, you'll see those, you can see what was approved in the prior year, and then you can see what is requested in the current year. And that request is an indication that that is the portion that hasn't been completed.
Mr. Park, with this recreation project that you skimmed over, can you go back to your slide with
Okay.
that approved recreation project phase 2? Can you go over that?
Yeah, I can do that. Let me go ahead and close after this. And, okay.
In that line item where it says phase 2 to be continued,
To be considered, right.
be considered.
That's actually the $8.5 million that is included in the 5-year capital plan.
And that's for this recreation complex, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Only for that?
Only for that.
Now, I'm gonna have to make a statement again. This project was approved and has been voted on, but you know something? Not a person from that complex, from that area, from the golf or anybody, and I don't know how many of you have been invited. Activities are going on there. Activities are going on there on every weekend, but not a one of us. I tell you what, I think with February, March,
February.
come to this so you can meet the golfers. Whole meal and all. But not a one of those people, when these activities have been going on, Your sign has been put up, no ribbon cutting, no welcome sign, no nothing. And I'm not blaming you because you're in finance, but I'm making a statement because everything is focused on that complex, but not officially council members or community members or anybody said, this activity is in place now. I can see where fees are being charged. We don't know what the fees are, individual fees.
It's in the ordinance, the fees are in the budget ordinance.
But I thought,
And we are working on having a grand opening. Ms. Sutton and myself have talked, and Dusa wanted to wait till maybe the next meeting to come in, and we'll have a big ribbon cutting and open house out there at the club. So we are working on that.
the thing I want to finish saying is that activities and fees are being charged, they say it's in the ordinance, but I was under the impression that we wanted to make sure that the fees were picked for the normal person. How do we know that? I don't know what the fees are, but I'm just saying, how would a regular citizen know that I can have a membership or I can go take my children somewhere? I can say that because I know that there's nothing for these children to do. If there's gonna be something going on out there, I really would like to know what's going on out there. So my children visit, my grandchildren visiting me from Florida, I wanna say, well, okay, we can go out here. But I haven't even been invited, and the community have been invited. So I would like to know what's going on out
Now,
there.
the fees are in the back of our
This
booklet.
document is actually in the budget ordinance.
I don't know the page on it, there's no page. It's,
That one's not numbered, but it's, you get an idea, it's about that.
But do we decide on that as a council though, but those fees, or do we talk about that?
I think they got together with,
They,
Well, what I understand was that the fees that were already existing at the course, and from what I.
and we just picked up what was already there.
We picked up.
But yet it's a it's the county-owned property, and it's a public property, but we picked up what was already there as a private facility. That's what we did.
Yeah, well, I think what we're trying to point that they're trying to be made is due to the fact that when the country club was the country club, it involved certain group of people.
It did.
Now being that it's a public recreation facility, we as the council, being that we own it, we should have some input, not only with the prices and, but we, seem like to me that I'm not saying to you, I'm just telling to everybody, that, the director, should came in and talk to us, of some of the things that he liked, some of the things that we needed improved on, some of the things that, it give us our input. You know, don't come in and just assuming that we're gonna run the good old boy system like it was in 5 years ago, because it's a new day. And that's something that we as a council need for this gentleman to come in and talk to us, tell us what we got going on. $2 for a candy bar is just unacceptable. You know, with some of the pricing there. So some of the things that we need some input on.
But what I'm still concerned about is, I'm looking at phase 2 to be considered. And phase 2 is on the backs of our citizens when we got free money. Free money, so how are we gonna defer and put phase 2 on the backs of the citizens of Marlboro County? But when we got free money that we use only for a certain portion, you know, of our county, I just think that's you know, unacceptable to our citizens. And we're gonna put a tax on them for recreation, but we gave recreation almost to a certain.
I'm sorry, we really can't have clapping and being cheerleading. I'm sorry about that.
But when I mean, that's just concerning to me that we can put a phase 2 on the backs of our citizens, but we got $5-6 million of free money drop out of the sky, and there's nothing that we've done with that money that's going to touch the mass number of citizens in Marlboro County. I still think there's an opportunity for us to revisit that and not put, you know, recreation on the backs of our taxpaying citizens, and we just give away money, you know, to the country club, because that's still what it is.
It is.
Yeah, we renamed it, but it's still Marlboro Country Club, because the same operation that was in place prior to us taking it over is the same operation that's in place right now. That's not a good look for us. For us to tax our citizens for recreation, but us to give, essentially, recreation to a small portion, 1 to 2% of our population, but we're gonna tax the majority of our population. It's just not right.
It's
not
just not right.
Mr. Park, now this is not part of this,
This is
part of the
the
capital,
five-year capital plan that's included in the budget, but let's keep in mind, years 2 through 5 are only planned. So the first year is what is actually in the budget document. So there again, you're certainly able to make any adjustments, whether or not you can amend anything. There again, the capital plan is second reading at this point in time. So if there are things that the council feels need to be moved, edited, or changed, obviously that's something to let us know. We can make those modifications.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go ahead and move this conversation to non-agenda items, because there's some things that I would like to discuss about the recreation project also, and that needs to be placed under the non-agenda items, so it can be discussed and voted on if necessary.
all right, we'll get down to that when we start the regular 6 o'clock meeting. We're still running into the budget workshop now.
Right. That's what I
Okay,
Any other questions that you might have, or?
okay, Mr. Park, I do appreciate that. Are there any other questions?
Are we looking at anything concerning those steps as far as, we don't have anything in the budget saying as far as increases for anyone, salaries and nothing?
The only increase was from the sheriff's, that was the lieutenant?
Well, there's an addition in terms of a position. So that's the only new position that's in the budget.
Now, would it be beneficial to maybe hold that off?
And it's certainly up to the council, but, their.
I mean, that is a meal.
What you say?
Consensus is.
To hold off the hiring of the lieutenant?
For what reason? We already got the budget where we needed to.
We'll just, it might be a discussion.
Are we trying to approve the budget tonight for the third reading?
That will come up in
It's gonna come up in here,
the regular meeting.
and no discussion of any more about whether we're gonna look at the person's $15 and under.
Obviously, we made a determination that the cost associated with that was certainly greater than the willingness to increase property taxes.
And so with employees, then the 4-3-2-1 step doesn't work either?
And that's not included in this document.
I think Mr. Chairman, from what we gathered last month, and advising staff to go and reduce it to 2.5 meals, this is the numbers they come up with. So if there's anything else, it would have to be addition, or if it went to no more meals, you'd have to be additional subtractions. And so, that what direction council gave staff was to get it to 2.5 meal increase, the $300,000+ coming out of reserve. So that's what staff did to come back to us. If there's additional stuff that want to be in it, the only way to do it is take it out of reserve, or either additional tax mills.
And if I saw this correctly, you're coming out of reserve close to 400,000,
Close to 400. Yes, sir.
like 390, wasn't it? So adding back a meal and a half would take us back to 300,000.
Good way.
And we're still at the 5.5 month surplus.
5.5 months surplus.
How comfortable do you feel going forward with inflation and everything going on, that the budget will hit the numbers to where you don't have to?
It's really hard to gauge. I know that one thing that is very flexible is things like fuel prices. And, you know, we end up hitting a scenario where the price of gasoline and diesel increases significantly. We take a real hit in our fund balance. That also can impact, I mean, things like utilities can also be a significant impact if we have some really hot weather or really cold weather, or we have some significant increases with the cost of those natural gas and electricity. So all those things, I would love to have more of a contingency, where we don't have a contingency in this budget. It would be great to have a contingency to cover things like that would increase. But there again, we have a loss of a significant industry, $540,000 reduction in our fee and lieu revenue from Mohawk, and so that hurts. We'd be in a different situation if we didn't have to experience that kind of reduction.
Mr. Chairman, I hate to have to get out. I had AFib Sunday for 13 hours. I had to talk to the doctor. But one thing I did want to bring up, inflation in April was 4.9%, pretty high. And the inflation rate came out this morning for May. It was 4.0, a little bit better. But, the inflation is still out there, and there's a chance, if you listen to some of the finance people, that latter part of the year, we could get into a hyperinflation thing, and that would be disastrous for everybody, for the county, and really and truthfully everybody, if the inflation rate continues to go up. And as it goes up, everything else is going to go up too. But that's another thing we need to keep in mind too, about protecting ourselves, protecting the taxpayers of Marlboro County, but also protecting this county, to make sure that we don't come up short at the end of the year because of just an out of control inflation rate.
I think we all know that we're in a catch-22 situation. We don't want to raise taxes. We want to give people raises. But, like I said, we're in catch-22 because we can't serve two. We can't do both. We understand that. So I think we just got to we're going to satisfy the majority of the citizens of Marlboro County and have only 2.5 millage and take money out of fund balance. But like I said, and the same thing with inflation, we got to have cushion. We all say we all work. We know we got to have something for a rainy day, and with the fund balance is our rainy day money. So we can't hope and pray because we never know what's going to happen from a tornado, hurricane, whatever the case may be. We got to have cushion in the fund balance, and it's unfortunate that we can't do both. We can't give the low hourly workers the money that they so deserve, but we do that, then we got to raise the taxes, and then we're hurting the vast majority. So it's a tough decision, and but I say where we at now with the millage and having some cushion in our fund balance is probably the most reasonable situation we need to be in. Because nobody would want to take everything. Well, you want to get to the bottom of the barrel. If something happened, then everybody will be looking with egg on their face like us. We have egg on our face. But we got a cushion. We can always go back to the reserve if need be.
That's an important point, but I think we still need to put a pin in it. And in January, if we're not giving out, raises, I think in January we still, as a council, need to take a look at where we are, and if that's appropriate at that time, to consider, raises for the city, workers who work hard, in this county. And so we would definitely, if this budget is approved, without those raises taken into effect, I think it's important for council to take a hard look in January to see where we are financially, to ensure that if there is something that we can do, that we take that opportunity to amend the budget and have those considerations in place. And hopefully during that time span, we will have a full-time instead of a semi-part-time economic development director whose focus is solely on marketing Marlboro County in a manner that it needs to be marketed in order to attract a business to Marlboro County that's going to fill that gap in for what we lost with Mohawk. We can't continue to harp on that we lost Mohawk.
No.
What are we going to do to fill that gap? That's what we need to be thinking about. That's what our focus and our lens need to be, not, crying over spilled milk. What are we going to do as a council, as a county, in ensuring that the right leader is in place, that now we can go out and attract Marlboro County and put Marlboro County in a position to begin to attract? Because there are some businesses out there that are looking for places to land their business. Are we in those conversations? Might not be, because we haven't had anybody to put us in those conversations. So now we need to be looking, how do we recover that gap that Mohawk left? We need to find the right person to put Marlboro County in a place where we attract that. So now we won't worry about that $500,000 that we're losing. We have a $600,000 excess from who we bought in. That's the optics that I'm looking at for Marlboro County.
And I'd like to say, during that time, if we were to be able to go back and look in January what we could do with raises or increases or some type of levying the salary balance between the upper management and the hourly workers, then we could start doing that now, just looking at various options on ways of doing that and be prepared to receive something.
I'm worried about cutting the budget so tight that, if we don't get ahead of it by next year, we might not be to raise taxes to cover what we don't do. And I don't want to see county jobs lost, and I want to save jobs. I would rather try to save the jobs that we've got now, rather than add another position. And I don't know the sheriff's need on the lieutenant, but I know it's a brand new position, and that is one whole meal that is causing it to go up, and that would bring us closer down to going into the surplus, to 300,000, rather like we've normally done for the past, since I've been on here, rather than reaching out for an extra $100,000.
I'm opposed to reducing the sheriff's department budget.
I'm not going to say that I agree with that, because still and yet, when I brought up about all the funny monies that going in EMS, everybody said, well, we need EMS. I do agree we need EMS. We need this $215,000 ambulance. You need all this. And I understand that, but something, this man was here all the time with this budget process. The other departments did not walk in here one bit to tell us anything about their process. I still say it, with all these contract services and these budgets, I don't feel good about it. I don't care how anyone else's vote, but I'm not feeling good about the fact that I'm going to tell the tax citizens, the people who calling me, I'm afraid that you're going to say, I'm going to raise your tax if it's 2%. 2% supposed to be $2, $16 for every $100,000. But I can say this. For me, I can just honestly say, no, I don't feel good about this budget, because even though all of you have been sitting here, no, I don't feel good about it, and I can't tell you I feel good about it. I'm sickened that the fact that I know that you can't have your cake and eat it too. I know that people work hard. That $10 an hour person, it disturbs me with $11 an hour. It disturbs me with people making the least. And when a year and a half ago, if you go back and look at those salaries things that we got from the Freedom of Information Act, that we finally got from this administration, when you saw in the last year and a half that you hired about 18 people who do not even live in this county and do not pay 1 cent of taxes in this county, and then you're going to expect me as the regular tax citizen, I'm going to expect for you to pay taxes. So no, for me, no. Because they don't pay 1 cent of tax, not a car tax, not a house tax.
Ms. Sumter, or Mr. Parr, if the budget's not passed on third reading, what budget carries forth? There's got to be a law by carried forth.
It's the existing budget.
It's a continuing resolution.
Continuing resolution.
That's what it
Of the
is.
existing budget, just presented tonight.
Right.
You have until
So
the
anything
30th.
But we still have time?
Anything that's not in our existing budget cannot be,
That's right.
We still have 17 days. We have
Correct,
17
yeah.
days
Still
to
have
come.
17 days, because this date was set, and I tell you when this date was set, it was March, because it ran in the paper. And I even said, why running in the paper so soon when we hadn't had a chance to even look at it? This first notice was put in the Marlboro Herald in March as far as telling us the dates we were gonna approve and have this public hearing. That was done ever since March.
that was
March or April.
May.
No, it wasn't
Ms.
May.
Lawson, I'm sorry, but by law, we have to put a public hearing notice in the paper 15 days before. There was no way we had to know that you would not pass it tonight, but the notice had
Did
to
go
go
in.
in.
And you're right, according to 4 years, 15 days, and you
It's just something we
you did
legally
exactly
have to do.
right.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, we will move into our regular meeting.
Adjourn the workshop, Mr. Chairman.
We'll adjourn this workshop. Councilman Woods, would you give us the invocation, please?
Heavenly Father, once again, we are gathered together, Lord, up on this roof. Father, we ask that you continue, Lord, to bless us, Lord, each and every one up on the sound of my voice. Father, we go through this agenda, Lord, let us talk openly, let us talk freely, let us talk with confidence, Lord, and everybody obey each and every one conversation and comments. Let us continue, Lord, to work hand in hand, make Marlboro County a better place. Father, we may disagree, Lord, but one thing about you is in control of all things. Heavenly Father, we ask this in your Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
All right, we move to the approval of the agenda items.
You want to add, Mr. Strowman, you want to add what you want to put on the agenda now?
Yeah, I want to add a discussion on the golf course and the recreation part on the non-agenda items.
I second that motion.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, there is a motion to amend the agenda to add the discussion of the recreation at non-agenda items, which is number 12.
And are we going to say we're going to approve the budget tonight?
Let's see, the voting on the budget is in here. And new business 5A. Nope, no, I'm sorry.
4B.
No, I'm sorry, yeah, 4B. Okay, we have, is there a motion
What that?
to amend the,
So move. I made a motion.
okay, is there a second? All in favor of amending the,
What is the,
What are
The
we
recreation.
they want to, the motion is to amend the agenda for discussion of recreation at number 12, non-agenda items.
But then if we do that motion, are we also agreeing that we're going to do everything here by approving the budget? Because if you agree with this, if you will say,
Yeah, that's the only change.
So we will get that, we all take it at that. We don't get to that.
So nothing's been taken out.
Clerk got something to say.
Ma'am, Ms. Lawson, as far as the agenda, the item he is adding will not have any effect on the rest of the agenda. You will still have your public hearing tonight. You will still have your vote tonight, whether you approve it or do not approve it, but it will not affect the agenda.
thank you. The
Does that make
clarification.
sense?
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. All in favor of amending the agenda? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All against? 3. So 5-3. Motion carries. Okay, moving to the approval of minutes.
Okay, you still need to do the motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor? That's unanimous. Okay, approval of the March 17th, 2023 call meeting. How do we have so many,
We had a lot of meetings.
Okay.
I work part-time, and I've been doing them just as long as I can.
I gotcha.
I'm trying to get them all done.
I moved for March 17th, 2023.
Second.
All right, all in favor? That's unanimous. Approval of the March 29th call meeting.
So move.
Second.
All in favor? All right, it's unanimous. April 5th call meeting.
I have some unreadiness about the April the 5th call meeting, Mr. Chairman. In that meeting, that was the meeting we voted to approve the name of the golf course change. And that was at a called meeting. The previous meeting on March 20, I think the March 17th meeting, we couldn't actually approve that particular motion in a called meeting. It had to be a regular council meeting to actually, for Mr. Strowman to bring that request to council for actual approval. Now, what I'm saying might not go anywhere, but if we're looking at procedure correctness,
Yes, clerk.
Excuse me, motions can be made and approved at any meeting, whether it's called or regular. It's work sessions or workshops, you cannot do any business.
if I can be clear in my articulation. Mr. Strowman revisited a motion that was already made, and he rescinded that motion to put it back on the agenda. That could only be done at a regularly scheduled meeting, not a called meeting. We can, listen what I'm saying, we can vote on in any meeting, but that particular item that Mr. Strowman brought back up was designed or designated for a regularly scheduled meeting and not a called meeting.
The next meeting that council has.
Dr.
Next,
Mr. Chairman.
regularly scheduled.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
The motion was made in the April 5th meeting.
I have
I called.
I have the floor. The rule says that when you make a motion and you are in the affirmative of that motion, if you want to revisit that motion, someone that voted in the affirmative has to do it in the next called or regular meeting. It cannot be in a workshop or anything like that. So I did that in the next available meeting. If I had waited and a call meeting had taken place, I would not have been able to bring it back up for discussion because it would have died. That's just the rule.
And one rule then, and I checked with FOIA, anytime there's a change on the agenda, it has to be at least a 24-hour notice. FOIA says that. FOIA says that you have to have something on the agenda. If you're going to amend the agenda, it has to be a 24-hour notice. If I'm not understanding that right, please somebody let me know. I bring my FOIA book, I brought my other rule.
That's not correct, Madam.
You know, we've always had the option to be able to approve agenda items and add.
And amend, yeah. You can
And
amend a agenda at any point before the agenda is approved. After the agenda is approved, you can no longer amend it.
Mr. Chairman, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the March 29th meeting, we set up that next Wednesday, the April 5th meeting, to revisit naming the golf course. because it didn't get approval on March the 29th. I made the motion on April the 5th that we rename the Marlboro Country Club the Marlboro County Golf and Recreational Complex. Mr. Stroman, he seconded. The vote was 6-2. And I mean, I think that's clear as day. In the March 29th meeting, when we didn't come to a consensus on the name of the golf course, we set it up to meet the next Wednesday and see if we could get a conclusion, because the timing of trying to get golf carts and stuff like that ordered, we needed to get that done so that we could come up with a name. And that was the whole purpose of doing it that next Wednesday in a call meeting. And you looked at me and I made the motion that we rename the Marlboro Country Club the Marlboro County Golf and Recreational Complex. And Mr. Strobel seconded it, and when it came to vote, it was 6-2.
Councilman Odom, I think you're mistaken, because Mr.
No, I'm not mistaken.
He amended the agenda to put that on the agenda, so that wasn't why we was meeting in that April the 5th. Mr. Strobel made a motion to amend the agenda to actually put that on the agenda. So we did not schedule that April the 5th meeting specifically for that reason. That was an agenda item that was added.
He made the motion to amend the agenda.
To bring that up.
But the meeting was already set up for us to revisit naming the golf course. Mr. Stroman had called me in the interim period and told me he was gonna vote on the golf course.
Thank you for,
He just said he was gonna vote,
Thank you
switch
for
sides and
bringing
bring
that
it
out in
up.
public.
He did what he said he was gonna bring it up, and he did. But I made the motion in the meeting, which is what we call it for, to rename the golf course, and we did, and it passed a 6-2 vote.
We need
Mr.
a-
Chairman, I
we-
remove my unreadiness to that motion. You have to restate that motion again.
Okay. We need a motion to approve the April 5th called meeting.
Motion.
Second.
In a second, all in favor? 5, 6, all opposed? 6-2, you got the count? Okay, we need to move to the April 27th approval minutes.
So move.
Second.
All right, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, and any opposed?
I was absent.
You abstain?
Yeah, I was here.
I abstained as well. I was
I abstain.
present.
Okay, and 3 abstentions. All right, moving to the May 16th called meeting. Is there a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve May 16th.
There's a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm late for that.
All right,
Abstain.
Abstain, 5, 2,
Abstain.
3 abstentions. Okay. Okay, you got the count? Ms. Rivers?
Yes, sir.
Okay, moving to the public hearing. Ordinance 836, an ordinance to adopt the annual budget and to make appropriations for Marlboro County for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2024. All right, we've already
This the public hearing?
Yes, the presentation, I'm just gonna very briefly go through our budget presentation for the public hearing. And of course, as part of that, we look at a general fund budget, revenues $14,221,088. Use of fund balance $392,673. Look at that, in the pie chart. There again, the requested millage increase is 2.5 mils, which approximates 2.5%. Looking at our millage based on 95.5 becomes 98 in this budget. Expenses roughly 14,220,000, revenue 13,665,000. $165,000 tax increase, leaving a $390,000 deficit. The requests are included within the budget. You can see those items. No change since the last presentation. Look at expenditures in general. 69% of our budget is salary and benefits. Materials and supplies, about 6%. Purchase services, of course, one of the big items there is things like utilities and also various technology services. Capital outlay, $436,280. Total expenditures, $14,221,880. That's just a graph looking at the breakdown of salaries and benefits. You can see $6.7 million in salaries, $1.8 million in retirement, and FICA and Medicare tax, health insurance, $1.3 million. Total salaries and benefits, $9,846,529. And what and of course, we've seen the slide regarding the various departments in terms of the prior year request, the prior year approved budget, the current upcoming year requested amount, and the change. Anything in red is considered an increase. Anything in green is considered a decrease. Total department expenditures last year, $13,904,125. That's the current request is $14,221,088, which is an increase of $316,963, a little over 2%. Look at the other funds that are part of the budget document. We do have rural fire, we have solid waste, we have emergency medical services. We have other funds such as railroad, family court, victims advocate, forfeited land commission, debt service, local option sales tax rollback, family court incentive fund, economic development, general obligation bond proceeds. We have the South Carolina Department of Public Safety SRO grant, and then we have the federal inmate reimbursement fund. Recreation, obviously there are projects that are included that are funded by the American Rescue Plan. We have projects funded by reserve fund balance, and then we've got projects that are funded by the legislative delegation, that being Lake Falls Boardwalk and the Splash Pad. Other projects to be determined, that difference of $1,150,000 has not been identified. Looking at the various approved recreation projects, you can see the total estimated cost of those that have been included in phase 1 and phase 2 to be considered. That's just kind of a breakdown of projected funds that are available to, basically pay for things. And the last set of funds that we have are various grants. We have emergency preparedness, emergency 911. We have the commercial mobile radio service. We have local accommodations tax and hospitality tax. That pretty well sums up my presentation for the public hearing. I don't know if there's any questions.
Any questions?
Again, Mr. Park, thank you so much again for the,
My question is that, okay, it says $2 million were given by legislators
Yes, ma'am.
for, the recreation, and you all proposed that we were having splash pads, and we were having a pool, and then we got $5 million from, what did you call it?
American Rescue Plan.
Okay, so that's $7 million. I kept hearing 8.5, and I kept hearing 7, and, I mean, what is the actual amount?
The amount that we received was $5.2 million from American Rescue Fund, and we received $2 million from the legislative delegation. A portion of the American Rescue Plan in the initial years went to provide for a bonus to essential workers, and there was a significant amount that was paid out. The amount of like $3,250 per employee, I believe that was the number. And then there were also expenditures associated with EMS. We had purchased a number of pieces of equipment to aid, particularly with I guess defibrillators and some other devices that helped our population, particularly during that COVID period, because that was a concern with proximity to those patients that were being picked up to transport. So the balance, roughly $4 million, went into the recreation projects.
Okay, so that leaves us a balance of what? So wait a minute, so you're saying that you bought some things for the EMS and all those things like that. That wasn't already allocated in the budget because
That was in the prior year. Yes, ma'am.
so the money for that wasn't already allocated in the prior year budget?
That was approved in the 21-22 budget.
Okay, and then we got the money in 22.
We got the money in 2 installments. We received half of the installments in the 2021 year and the other half in the 22-23 year.
Okay, so do you say that the EMS things, the supplies that they needed were recreation? Is that what you put in that?
No, those were not included for recreation. Those were considered to be, qualified expenditures for the purposes of, just like those premium payments to essential workers were not a part of the recreation.
So can you go back to that slide again for me where you put up? Right there, okay, so it's $4,750,000, and this is this $7,500,000, that's what, if it's voted, we will have to pay for it, because we're not getting, so basically the money that we got, the 7.5, plus you got $500,000 on the Love Scholarship Foundation or something, correct? Because I remember
We
hearing
did
y'all
some
say that.
funding to, which was a part of the acquisition of the golf course.
Okay. Y'all put that on there? Is that added in there?
We did not add that. That was reduced from the cost of the expenditures for the golf course. I think we've gotten $100,000 so far of that commitment. So there is a continuing commitment from the foundation.
Okay. So basically, you got the money from them, and everything that you did was pretty much not what you said that it was gonna be. So you said it was gonna be a golf and recreation, but all the monies were hurriedly and spent on golf and not recreation. So if we're gonna get any recreation, then that means the public is gonna have to have a millage increase in order for us, we have to vote on it in order for us to get that part. So it really was sold to us in one way, but when you got the monies in your hands, you spent it another way. So if we're gonna get the second part of it, we actually have to pay for it?
There was a in the December meeting of the actual budget for the use of those American Rescue Plan funds. We can go obviously back to that particular meeting and, and actually pull the action, but clearly there were a series of budget approvals that were presented to the county council, and those approvals were part of that meeting.
I do remember in one previous meeting that someone stated, and I think it may have been Mr. Strowman, that we could table something and go back to it, and maybe they could change phase 1 and phase 2, and they could switch out some things in order for us to have something, because I don't think that y'all understanding that Standing Tools has gone out of business, so that's less money that we're making here, that's jobs gone. So we don't have money. You can't get blood from a turnip. We don't have that money. Medicaid is now purging lots and lots of people off of Medicaid, which means that people will have to start paying for their insurance. They're gonna have to search for marketplace insurance. So that's more money coming out of their pockets, where mothers could be on Medicaid as long as they had children in school. That's no longer. That's gone. And other things in South Carolina are gone. So now we have to pay for insurance. So how can we pay for insurance, pay for the glorified golf course that we don't know anything about, or I don't know how y'all marketing that, but it's not recreational for everyone, whether they all voted on it or not. Shame on anybody who voted for something that's not going to benefit the community. All of us, not just one sector, but all of us. If it isn't a money-making cash machine for us, we should not have invested in it. We need to be growing our children in not only just sports, because everybody doesn't play sports, but y'all tricked us with this. This is how we the people feel. You lied to us, you presented something, and I don't know who voted for what, but this is how we feel. Now, in order for us to get what you sold us, you're gonna ask us to vote for it. And then, I think you said 9 meals? So the 12 meals that they wanted last year, but they went down to 5, and then you wanted to increase it 5 again this year, but you're saying 2.5, and now you said you're gonna try to put it on the ballot for, what meal? What meal would that be? You said they're gonna put on ballot?
That certainly is.
So that's 7, 5, and 5, that's 10, that's 17 meals in 2 years. How can we, as a county, afford a 17 meal increase when we don't have jobs?
No, I mean, that's a discussion certainly later in terms of the capital plan.
If I may, that would be the reason to send it out on the ballot, so the taxpayers will be able to vote yea or nay.
So that means we're not gonna vote for it, so that means you put the blame, well, it's your fault.
No, I mean, that's,
You're not gonna get fooled.
but that's the way you move forward with it if you ask for it,
No,
is you
the
put
way
it on the
move
ballot.
forward with it would have been to put it on there and to use the money, what you said you was gonna use it for. That would have been the way to do it. Not take it and put it on the end and then say we're gonna put it on the backs of y'all. And if y'all don't vote for it, then it's y'all's fault. Because if you really want it, you'll vote for the increase. No, we had the money given to us. Why was it glorified for a golf course? Why was that even a thought? Why are they already purchasing stuff for the golf course? And why are they already doing all those things when we did say that we were gonna table some stuff and come back and see if you could revisit it? It's like you're saying we're gonna do what we wanna do and we don't care what y'all feel about it because they voted for it. But y'all said that y'all was gonna come back. And I remember Mr. Blackman stated, he said, you know what? That's right. I don't see why we can't come back and revisit this, like, because it's not, we're not in a rush.
Wait, Ms. Mildred, that 4.7 million is earmarked for those items on the left in phase 1. And we kind of ran into a roadblock on this, on the rest stop. So that's $650,000 there. And then, like, the boardwalk is taking shape, so that will be going through. Then the splash pad up there, I mean, I think we're going to be in discussion on that, but nothing was really discussed on how to spend any money except for the golf course. And and that's really only the first thing that we did, but it's only that portion up there that you're looking at. And I think there was some surplus in there just to make sure we didn't over.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, the citizen is correct. We did, we had a list of items that we wanted that Mr. Mullen brought to the council that said that this is what the golf course needed. Not that this is what we're gonna spend, this is what it needed. We looked at that and we looked at some other projects. We came back and we decided that we would hold up on the spending on that. We were gonna hold up and take a look at the priorities that was needed to be spent, what was needed to be spent first at the golf course, and then move to the water attractions.
Yeah, right.
However,
I do agree with you.
right, and that's what happened. However, what has happened is, and I was gonna say this for later, but what has happened is money is being spent without council's knowledge at the golf course. Even though we could have had the Taj Mahal on that list, that doesn't mean that we wanted to buy the Taj Mahal or build the Taj Mahal. It meant that that's just a wish list that we have, and we have to prioritize it. When we come, so for him to be down there now buying sprinklers
Irrigation.
and doing all this stuff, putting sheetrock up, buying golf carts all over the place, because we had a year to lease the golf course, the carts that were there. We had that already in place. For him to be purchasing items, for him to be building on anything without the consent of the council is kind of wrong. It's not kind of wrong, it's just wrong. Because we have voted to hold up on the spending. We did vote on the budget of this. That is the budget that we voted. Then we voted to hold up on it, to freeze it, to stop.
Mr. Chairman,
And that didn't take place.
I don't remember us voting to hold up on the spending. I remember in a 7-1 vote, the 4 projects that we wanted to do, which Ron laid out in November and December, we all sit back in that room in a workshop and we approved it. Some of the stuff we cut out that we said we just don't want to do that right now. But the stuff that's up there on phase 1, all that was approved with a 7-1 vote. The money's in there for the splash pad, $500,000. That money's still in there. But all that's been approved by a 7-1 vote by council. And I don't remember I didn't take no vote saying we wouldn't begin to try and upgrade the golf course to try and make something that we could sell to industry when they come in. I don't understand what we're talking about when we already voted 7-1 to spend the money.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know what meeting Mr. Vern missed. I don't know whether he was paying attention, but we voted to freeze the spending.
Oh, everything's transparent, and we will have to look into that. Yes.
The problem that I have, my grandfather always told me that promise is a comfort to a fool's heart. And that's what we've been promised by you all. The problem that I have is that when, as a county, that we become real estate owners, we're buying the golf course, and then we're buying the building here where Bingo was. As a citizen, to us, it seems strategically planned that the golf course is going to be beautified. You have brand new carts out there. You have work going on there. You have all that going on. And it's to benefit the middle class who lives in that area. Our poor children down west, you want to give us a parking lot with 2 porta potties. It's not a rest area. If I went in a porta potty and needed to change my baby, I couldn't do it. It's not sanitary and it's not clean. It's not a rest stop. With some trucks lined around for our kids in that area because they're poor, they're single parents. They have no transportation to get to the golf course. And it seems strategically that you all are working and you getting that ready, but you want to knock that down. You don't want to put anything there for our children down west. You want to give them a parking lot. Our kids this summer have nowhere to go. Freedom School can't hold everybody. There's nothing for our children to do. They're hanging out at Walmart, Bojangles, and the police are being called. This is not what we were told. And how could you all in good conscience not even think? Because you could still have your food trucks. You could still have them. But give us the building for our children. The trucks could still line up around it. But you don't even want to compromise and meet us halfway. You talk about the $500,000 that's gone from Mohawk. Well, if it's gone from Mohawk, where do you think we're going to get the money to pay your millage? Where do you think we're going to get that from? You don't care. It seems where that money comes from. What you need to be focused on is getting the industry here. What you need to be, industry and people come to a place for this reason. Education, fail. Economics, fail. No hospital. You're not going to get a plant here, housing, fail. You're not going to get a plant to come here that uses big equipment, because if somebody cut their arm off or catch on fire, there's no place to take them. But you're worried about your golf course because you all have major plans. We're not stupid. You have major plans for that golf course that don't include us. And mysteriously, when y'all get everything that you want, the flooding is no longer going to be in Shady Rest. It's no longer going to be in Richmond Park. You're going to miraculously find a reason how to close up that dam. This is not a retirement home. This is a place where people live. And we trusted you all. And you bamboozled us.
Let me just add that this is it's turning more into a recreation hearing. And it's obvious to me that there's obviously going to be some discussion, and we're going to have to go back to the table and get together and get back on board with things.
All due respect, Ms. Smith, it's not about recreation. It's about being lied to. It's about transparency. It's about integrity. It's about doing what you say, what you're elected to do. That's what this is about. It's not about recreation. We've been without recreation so long. It's not about that. It's about what you're not doing, and you're dancing around situations when our life and our children are dying. And you have the authority to do the right thing, and you continue to turn a blind eye. It's sad. You all have children, whether they're grown or not. And you should have compassion and look upon not only the well-to-do, but the people that don't have. That's what we elected you for. That's what we trusted you all to do. And you failed miserably.
Okay, we're going to have to stick on topic with the budget public hearing. Is there any other questions on even from council?
I don't have a question, but I have a comment too. That's why I'm concerned about the budget. I hear what the regular citizens are saying, because I too am faced with nowhere for my grandchild to go or grandchildren to go. So I do feel that, but our budget is something that I'm just not ready to sink my teeth and say I approve everything that's in this budget. So I know there's a lot, and I do respect everybody who's coming, but I take heart to those conversations, because those line items in this, just in that recreation portion, is something that we say we'll table, but then if we table, how long are we gonna get to that item concerning that red stop? When are we gonna get to that item? Are we gonna go forward, or is it gonna be, well, we've already made a decision on it because it was something we put on last year? So I don't know. I thank you so much, but I feel what you're saying. I do.
Okay, well, let's move to old business ordinance 834. Thank you, Mr. Park. Okay, the public hearing is now closed. 834, ordinance authorizing Marlboro County to renew the agreement with the town of McCall to provide fire protection service within the designated unincorporated area of Marlboro County. This is the third reading.
Council, this is an agreement that's been in place for several years with the town of McCall. We continue to reimburse them at the same rate as we have in prior years. The reimbursements for fire protection service, physical, flow tests, bladder testing, and other testing. And we ask that you approve the third reading of this ordinance.
So move third reading.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? And that is unanimous. All right, moving to ordinance 836, an ordinance to adopt the annual budget and to make appropriations for Marlboro County for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023, and ending June 30th, 2024. This is the third reading.
Mr. Chairman, I think hearing with Mr. Westport, went over the budget in detail. I think many of us still is unsure about the budget at this time. I make a motion that we table it for to come back to discuss opening. So we want everybody to feel comfortable when we're going forward. We do have 17 more days to approve the budget. Ms. Lawson she's uncertain about the budget. I did have some reservation, and I know other members of council do also. But I think that it would not hurt us to table this ordinance 836.
A second.
Is there any other discussion? All right, so all in favor of the table, the budget? That's unanimous. All right, ordinance 837, ordinance to approve the capital improvement plan for Marlboro County for the period 2024 to 2028. This is the second reading. And I need you.
As I presented in previous, you do have a copy of that in your packet there, and requesting that you approve the capital plan for second reading.
Mr. Chairman, there again, I would love to, on the capital improvement plan, I know the capital improvement plan was discussed in detail with the past administrator. I would like for the each department head of these areas to come in and tell us verbally, not with numbers, but what they would like to do in the 5-year plan. And that way we know that, cause one thing we don't want to do, we don't learn from the past. When we make a judgment and then somebody leave or whatever, then the game change. I would love for the department head that is doing a 5-year plan to come in and do a presentation, give us 10 minutes of what their 5-year plan going to be and how they come up with the figures that they come up with. We want nobody to come up with figures out the sky. I need $7 million for recreation, and we ain't got no plan. He ain't got no plan. I know that with the sheriff, I know he come in with details of what he want to do. I would like to see other department heads come in and say, this was my 5-year plan. I want to do. I'll make me a birdhouse. I'm gonna do TV in my birdhouse or whatever the case may be. But give them opportunity to come in and voice their opinion and the concern and the strategy. And then they write down numbers and give us a number for us to just approve it.
You feel comfortable moving on second? This is just second reading to keep it moving forward. Then we have plenty of discussion between second and third.
Well, if we come in on the third read, we need to make sure that we have the department head come in before going any further.
Yeah, but this is second reading.
Yeah, I know. I should say, but in order for the third reading, we still need a department head to come in and do a discussion, a public hearing before we vote on third reading.
All right, then it looks like Public Works, Planning and Zoning, you got the list here by department.
How does this affect the capital improvement 5-year plan that you put up there? Can you have more than one at a time, or what is?
Well, you can only work on 1 year at a time within the plan. The first year is what is included in the county's budget, and then years 2 through 5 are for planning purposes.
so we can deviate from this one and go into something that you put up on the board, for instance.
Yes, you can obviously make modifications to what is presented here, yes.
Mr. Chairman, with everybody's concerns, I would still move, we approve ordinance 837 with all the recommendations. This is just for second reading to continue it moving forward, so we could have public hearings and workshops and all between now and third reading, but I move we approve ordinance 837, second reading only.
Second.
Okay, all in favor of moving forward with the second reading? And then we'll have the department heads come in.
But did I make a motion about not doing it?
Oh, did you have a motion? Okay.
Yeah, I did make a motion,
okay,
evidently it went over everybody's head, I reckon. You know, I don't have, you know, if a motion died, I understand.
No, was the motion to move forward, or?
I make a motion that, we bring in the, department heads in, and let them give us a, play-by-play of what they would like to do. That's my motion. before we
And
go on.
not approve.
Correct.
Second.
That's my motion.
Second.
Who does? You got a second on that? All right, all in favor of,
So, the question, so this is to stop second reading altogether? They're not moving forward with
Correct.
second.
Because we're gonna have another, meeting, to discuss the budget anyway. So we can go right back to on second reading when we do the, we'll talk about the finalizing the budget this month. We can put that on second reading at that time, as long as the people come in and make a point
Yeah.
of what they wanna do.
Here, if we don't, I mean, it's vote of council, but if you approve second and we have workshops, then between we approve the final and third reading on the other one, you could do both of them, get on track with both of them at the same time. If not, you would have to wait till the next one to have a third reading and a public hearing the following month. Does that make sense?
The capital expenditures too, isn't that some of the stuff that the sheriff wanted, isn't it in that group? So it's put on hold then, right?
Sure.
If you're not gonna do it, it's put on hold.
And it also in capital expenditure, isn't also with this thing about the parking lot and buildings over here for the administrative building and windows? Is that part of that too?
I mean, that's part of the plan. Sure.
Right, doing the parking lot and the windows and all that, that was part of that capital?
So just to make sure your motion was to table or not table second reading?
Correct.
And I second.
okay, all in favor of tabling the, second reading of, where's the ordinance?
837.
837? All in favor?
Table it.
1, 2, 3, 4. All right, unanimous? All right. Ordinance 838, an ordinance authorizing the execution of a lease for Marlboro County for a property owned by Marlboro County for the property name and lease to company named in resolution. Second reading.
This is a contractual matter, we're still negotiating with a specific company. We're asking that you approve the second reading, and if it comes to filtration, we'll give all details at the third.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, on second reading, ordinance 838.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? All right, that's 7
I'm abstaining.
and 1 abstention. Okay. Resolution 62301, a resolution approving a budget amendment to the 2022-2023 budget as requested by the Marlboro County Interim Administrator.
We're requesting a general fund budget amendment for the supplement for fiscal year 22-23. There was a supplement of $35,000 that was provided by the General Assembly after the adoption of our budget, and the county's in receipt of the funds, and they've been distributed monthly to the coroner's office or the police department, and we ask that the council approve the budget amendment.
For discussion, ma'am, I noticed that in the budget, he had that $35,000 going to a new employee.
No, ma'am, I was told that it was divided, it's listed as part-time, and everybody in that budget is part-time. So it was listed that way to not to supplement a new employee, but to supplement all of the part-time employees.
And how many employees have in the coroner's office? Three?
Well, three including the court.
So 4 people work in the coroner's office?
Three including the court.
3 including the coroner. And then in the new budget proposed, he's adding, that's gonna be distributed towards with all of them? Is that what's gonna happen, or is that?
That's my understanding, that's what, am I correct?
Just the two part-time.
I just noticed fringe benefits and all that's included. Is that what he's trying to say?
Yes, ma'am.
That it breaking down with them all getting extra fringe benefit and all that?
Right, out of the $35,000, it was broken down, where you had the salary portion, and then the portion for that would be going to your Medicare, Social Security taxes, and going to your retirement out of that $35,000.
I saw that in the budget. Because I was concerned why we're adding another employee into the coroner's office, when really, unless I learned this week, I didn't even know where the office was.
And this money come from where, Ms. Sumner?
And then,
Okay. Mr. Chairman, being able to come from the General Assembly, it's not gonna affect the county in any kind of way. I make a motion, we accept resolution 06-2301.
Second.
All in favor? That is unanimous. All right, resolution 06-2302, a resolution authorizing submission of an application by Marlboro County to the South Carolina Emergency Management Office for the fiscal year 2023 Local Emergency Management Performance Grant in the amount of $55,300 and authorization to accept grant if awarded.
Okay, Council, we are requesting approval for submission of an application to the South Carolina Emergency Management Office for the fiscal year 2023. The Local Emergency Management Performance Grant and authorization to accept the grant. This grant helps fund the Emergency Management Department, and it's in the amount of $55,300. It helps pay for operations for the Emergency Management Department, and we've applied for this grant and received it for more than the past 10 years.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve resolution 06-2302.
Second.
All right, all in favor? That is unanimous. Resolution 06-2303, a resolution authorizing the submission of a grant application to the Office of the South Carolina Department of Health and Environmental Control by Marlboro County for fiscal year 2024, used oil grant funds in the amount of $20,000 and authorization to accept grant if awarded.
This is a grant that we've asked for renewal for more than 20 years. It's an amount of $20,000 this year. There's no match, and the grant aids in the disposal cost of oil that citizens bring to the convenience center.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor? That is unanimous. All right, moving to appointments to boards and commissions.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that I have an appointment on the board for Mr. Jonathan. I'd like to appoint Mr. Anthony Ridges to the Economic Development Board for District 5.
Okay, we also have A too. Should we do both of those at the same time?
I have one too for the Economic Development Board.
Okay.
My appointment,
Well, and do we have to vote on Stroman's
You can do
appointment?
it all together.
Do it all together.
Yeah, I don't think we had to.
I found out that my person that I can appoint is under Mr. Frazier, so I want to make a removal and appoint Miss Deborah Hardison to that position.
And I have a couple of appointments also. Ms. Jaretta Kinney, Historical Department. Ms. Eva McCray, the Housing Department, and Ms. Renee Smith on Economic Development.
Who you replaces?
I have to open this.
You gotta open?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I have an opening on historical preservation. I would like to appoint Ms. Nan Fleming.
Are we gonna do all these together, or we're gonna do the economic development, then do the other boards and commissions?
Do all of them together.
But you're wrong.
No, if we got, you got all of it?
Most of it is separate.
Yeah, I think we need, just for clarification, let's do them.
Let's just, okay, let's do it that way then. Thank
Yeah,
you.
whenever I said originally, they said a request for economic development, that's
Okay.
why I was doing all of that as one, just for easy for keeping up and for minute purposes, I guess.
Okay, are there any other boards to add appointees to?
So was that a motion for Mr. Strobel to approve the request plus with the additions?
With the addition of the
Other
other
two.
economic development appointments.
I'll second.
Okay,
I'll
so we got a
second.
motion and a second.
For discussion, are we also going to include this council of government in this appointment, or we're going to change that?
We can.
Yep. I was under consideration whether we're gonna do A, just to keep it clean, then
Okay.
add all the rest of
Okay.
them,
Okay.
including council government.
And that would-
thank you.
that would fall under B.
I respect you on that, thank you so much.
Because-
So you had two appointments with the request of the Economic Development Partnership Board. There was a motion, and I second.
It's 3 requests to the economic development.
3
Deborah
requests.
Hardison,
Yes.
Renee Smith.
And I have my address.
And Anthony Ridges.
Okay. All in favor of
Could you call those names out again? Mr.
Anthony
Chairman?
Ridges, Deborah Hardison, and Renee Smith? Okay, all in favor? It's unanimous for the economic partnership. And then, and B, is moving on down to, you wanted to add to the COG, but what other-
Do we approve the historical
yeah,
preservation?
we can, you can go ahead and name your appointee on that.
I got, Ms. Geretta Kenny,
Ms. Nan Fleming?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt these names as a part of the historical commission.
A second.
All right, all in favor? That's unanimous. All right, what other appointments?
the Housing and Redevelopment Authority, Ms. Eva McCray.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept Ms. Eva McCray at the appointed board that Councilman Woods requested.
Second.
All right, all in favor? Any other boards?
Not at this time for me. I do have some, but I'm gonna wait till I confirm.
Okay, how about the COG? Did y'all have some appointees?
No.
For that?
We don't have an appointment. I thought the council decided that we're going to discuss that because we put it on the agenda.
I know on the COG, I went to the meeting last night and I was on representative from Marlboro County. And I know Dylan, have 3, I think we have at least 3 people. Ms. Corey Plato was, on the COG and, Mr. Jason Steen also. But, a lot of time when your time run out, you either can stay on or you can get removed. So I know Ms. Plato, you know, she retired, you know, she is no longer there, but, Jamal and Miss Dawkins came in last night for Dillon, so I think we do need some more representation from Marlboro County.
And I've asked to be removed.
Right, we
Yeah.
had a discussion on
Right.
this.
So I think we need to appoint 2 more people to the PD cog from the council. Or those volunteer ones, you know.
I would like to serve, but I think we made a decision that we have Dr. Prince on there at this present time, and she serves as an officer for this year.
Yeah, vice chair.
But that doesn't mean we want to keep her, continue. We want her to finish out this year in all respect, because she is an officer. But we did say that after this year, that we would want all members of that board to be council members, because that's a council board.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we elect Miss Pearlie Lawson to represent Marlboro County on the call, along with Mr. Anthony Woods and Dr. Prince.
Johnson.
Since Dr. Prince is on there serving as an officer, she can finish out her term.
Yeah, but let's see, the council had 3 people anyway.
Got the full?
We had 3, yeah, we could have 3 council members. Dr., she is officio, so she, her status would not change the county.
Okay. Well, I'll make a motion that we have myself and Ms. Lawson as representative for Marlboro County, along with Councilman Woods on PD call.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? That's unanimous.
Mr. Chairman, also going back to the original, if I can back up and make a motion that we approve the consideration from the Economic Development Board. Can we approve their recommendations?
That was part of the motion.
That was part of the
Yeah.
motion, okay. Well, I just want to make sure that that was part of the motion.
And Mr. Chair, I know that we have an interim admin working for us now, so they don't know about, she doesn't understand quite yet about the resolutions and things, and there's, that whoever else sits in this seat wouldn't want to look at that. Right now, we want to get these boards started, but one thing we did talk about is we need these committees to have information to us as far as when they're meeting. I know that the housing board met about 3 weeks ago, and they have some things on their agenda, but no one has told us about it. So just not that, but I would like to see, and we talked about this, those committees, every committee that has a meeting, they need to make sure that they provide us with some type of update, what's going on in those meetings, because we don't hear anything.
Can you help me with that? Okay, acceptance of bids. Do we have any? All right, moving to the finance report, Mr. West Park.
General fund revenues for the 11 months ended May 31, 2023 total $13,160,880. In comparison with the 11 months ended May 31, 2022, in the amount of $11,904,474. General fund expenditures through May 31, 2023 total $12,395,732 of a $13,904,125 budget, or 89.15% of the budget year to date. Expenditures for the 11 months ended May 31, 2022 total $10,528,671. In conclusion, revenues are up in comparison to the prior year, but not as much as expenditures. Any questions?
Any questions? Thank you, Ms. Park. Ms. Sumter, the administrator's report.
Each month we recognize employee service anniversaries. The following employees were recognized with 5 or more years of service in Marlboro County for the month of May. They are Gerald Logan with 23 years, Johnny Fair with 18 years, and Bianca Ivory with 10 years. We held an employee appreciation event. This event was held on May 18th. This year it rained the entire time of the event, where last year it rained for about 20 minutes. Our attendance was about half of what it was last year. Most employees who called later after the event said they decided not to attend due to rain. But all employees that attended stated that they enjoyed themselves, and some wanted to make sure that I said thank you to the council. We're also still in the competition for our biggest loser. There's about 2 weeks left for this competition. It started in April. This year's our 3rd year, and we've had some employees in the past who've lost 30 pounds or more. So it ends on June 29th, so we're looking forward to seeing who our winner will be. I'd also like to congratulate Monica Kennedy Fox, who is our E911 director. She was the acting director for several months. Sharonica, who most people call Bunchy, has been with the county in the 911 department for 16 years. She was previously the TAC, which is the Terminal Agency Coordinator in E911.
All right, thank you, Ms. Upton. Any questions?
I want to say I'm glad that you're promoting within. I think that young lady is deserving of that. When I visit 911 and had the appreciation that we had to bring them something, and I saw how hard that those people work. But number one is I know that that department is all women, and that's what concerns me. I like to see that women in this community be promoted within, because if it had not been for your position, the 4 women who are elected, there will not be any women in any top position in this county. So that's why I'm concerned about making sure that we are fair to the women in this county. Promote within. Most times that you work under the direction of the man, but they always bring someone in. And I noticed in the last 18 months, this county has done that. So I'm hoping that we can take a new turn, cross-train people, and get these people, and I don't want to say these people, but get our employees where they feel good about that they too can one day make some good money in this county, because there's good money in this county being made, but I want to be sure that the people who work in this county have that opportunity, and I do appreciate that the thought that went into that. But she's deserving of that because she knows her job.
All right, moving to the recognition of citizens. Yvette Douglas.
I'm good, I said everything.
You already said everything. All right.
So I thank you all for your attention and for your time and what you do. I greatly appreciate it, even though we disagree on certain things, but I really respect everybody and what they bring to the table.
We thank you for your concerns in the county. Next up is Miss Linda Davis. I did say that right? Yep, Linda Davis. Okay, Ms. Ridges.
The only thing that I would want to say is that I listened to everything that was said tonight. It seems like a lot of monies are being spent on contractual services, and maybe we should regain the power to start hiring ourselves through our HR and through the county, and then that way we can better gauge how much a person is making. Because like she said, if we contract something out and they pay them $10 an hour, how's that person supposed to live? I know we're looking for the lowest bid, but not at the expense of poverty for a person that they can't pay for the eggs that was just $8 a carton, and the insurance that they may have to pay for. Because if you meet the poverty level, and you may be a couple of dollars over, you can't get food stamps and you won't be getting Medicaid. So that's like a very thin line. So maybe we may not need to be spending so much money on these contractual things and start hiring people ourselves, and we be responsible for all of those things. I think we waste a lot of money with that, because that's what I heard. That was like the highlight of tonight. Well, that's a contractual service. But we just throw a big number out there, but we don't know how each dollar is being spent, what the receipts are, and then when you ask, it was kind of vague, like looking up in the air. And so maybe we need to be more in control of those things, so that way we won't be missing any dollars, and then our taxpayers won't have to bite the bullet in the end and end up paying something that we definitely don't have. And don't forget, so PACO has already told us that they are leaving here. So that is another place that will be leaving here as well. So that means that we're going to be less net income as well. So we got to think about the whole picture. And we have to think, like he said, something about a 5-year plan. We need to be looking 3 and 5 years down the road. Where are we going to be if we get nobody to come in and make up that $500,000 for wherever, and then so PACO leaves, that's another chunk of money that's going to be left. And so if we don't get a great economic developer in here, manager, to bring in something, we're going to be swimming at the bottom of the barrel. And we going to go pitch a tent on the golf course and everybody's going to go live there? Because we're not gonna be able to afford to pay our bills and everything just to make our household run securely. Because remember, we're not making 65, 75, 85. Y'all arguing about, well, not arguing, but talking about getting somebody to $15 an hour, which you cannot make it under that. You cannot pay insurance, and you cannot pay all of those things. Like, you can't pay deductibles, which if you got insurance, you cannot pay it. So we gotta think bigger than what's in front of our nose. We really gotta look at the whole demographic of the whole town, economic-wise. This is our duty as citizens, because when it fails on one end, another end has to pick up the weight. But when everything fails, what are we going to do? When we figure out, dang, we handled the money wrong, we made wrong decisions. Oops is not good enough when everybody is suffering.
Thank you.
I'm done.
All right, recognition of council members.
I have a major concern, and I've been a recreation advocate, cheerleader for so many years, being a former AD and a former director. Our recreation program is a feeder program. It bring our kids into activities that they can learn teamwork, leadership, competition, and move to another level in middle school and then high school. We won state championships in basketball and football because our recreation was strong and athletic and engaged. I was told that our football program gonna go to flag. I guess, I can't swallow that. I can't, boys need to be boys.
Yeah.
If we could play flag, you might want to give them a skirt and pom-poms and everything else. That's just me. We want our boys to be boys. And if our recreation program go to a flag, some of these young guys, they wait to tackle. We 9, 10, 11, 12 years old, and they don't ever hit nobody till they get in middle school. The first time they gonna get hit, they gonna quit. Then our varsity program gonna go down the drain. We can't walk around and say we the mighty bulldog. Cause they never played. They never got physical. We can't quit kicking the can down the road. And we gonna put our youth football into a flag where girls play. No offense, they got girl tackling now. They got girl playing tackle football, and we in Marlboro County built and raised on football tackling. We gonna try to implement a flag. That is unacceptable. That forget this AAU. Well, we got AAU football. AAU football came in because of the fact that the recreation department dropped the ball. Now we got kids, recreation-wise, sign up for $35, $40. AAU playing, you got to pay $150 and up just to even try out for the team. Now, if a parent can pay $150 and they play 10 games, I'm pretty sure you got a lot of kids that can't even play good, athletic. But mama got 2 boys, and I can't pay for both of y'all. So now when y'all gonna play? They're killing our program. Now if the guys in recreation don't want to work, don't want to put the work in, we might need to look at another way. But there's no reason why we cannot put kids up there. And we starving. We were dead for 2 years, 3 years really, in recreation. Now we got the opportunity to kind of bounce back, but we can't bounce back. We ain't talking about where we can play flag. How many boys can play flag? I'd rather play soccer. Soccer got more contact than flag. We can't. And that's just something that if you look at the big picture, where you're born and raised and know Marlboro County. Friday night, Saturday when young kids come out there and play, grandma come to the game. Baby, you got the good tackle last night. Boy, you sure got that flag. You snapped that flag good. Who would don't hear that? You know, you go to the game clean, you come back for the game clean. You know, Mama, I ain't tired. I ain't hit nobody. You know, it's just something about flag that ruffle my feathers. We need to address this issue early. It ain't sign up time yet. They at the tail end of baseball all-star going in and everything. We don't curtail nothing else, but they don't curtail football. That's what kind of irks me. I don't understand it. Somebody need to tell me why. Whether Mr. Williams, Mr. Gregg, or Ms. Rhonda, somebody need to kind of enlighten me why we're gonna go from all the years, 40 years of tackling, now we're gonna go to flag. Don't understand it. But anyway, that's my little pet peeve. I had to get off my chair.
There's a lot you got off your chest.
It's off.
Mr. Chair and members of the council, I do want to say that I appreciate this type of dialogue that we've had tonight in the public hearing. This is what I see that's needed, no matter what. I do like that. I do want to say to you, Ms. Sumter, you're sitting there as interim, and I do appreciate it, but I hope the council, we still look that we will move, even though I'm blessed, and I feel like you'll be blessed to learn as much as you can. But our goal is to make sure that we get somebody who can bring some things and help and be on target with this as administrator, because there's a lot to learn. That's a lot to learn. And right now you were thrown in that position. I can honestly say you were thrown in that position because at the council's wish, we did not move forward to what we should have been moving forward to. But I hope that you will take this opportunity to learn as much as you can with the laws. It's through the association. I hope that you will do that, and I'm sure that you will, because you will be asked a lot of questions. But I hope and pray that HR department does not get neglected, because I know that there's a lot of concern people have about their insurance, retirement, those kinds of things. So be sure that that department is not neglected, because I've already heard some concerns, and I know you can't juggle $50,000. So do the best that you can to make sure the duty is being delegated. But I want to say that I do know, and I hope and pray that this council, we can move forward to getting what we need, a real, not to say a real, but the administrator who can lead this county forward. And I thank you for your service, I do. And I appreciate all that you are trying to do. Thank you. And I thank every citizen that came out tonight to express his or her concern. Thank you so much.
Thank all you all for coming out tonight. Appreciate it. You all really make us who we are. You all, our bosses, you know, hold us to account. You know, hold us accountable. I'd like to say happy June 10th. It's coming up. This will be the first holiday that the county has recognized. We fought when we asked for it, and we got it for this county. So that's important to the African American community. And I want to say, take the time and enjoy it. I mean, Mr. Wood, I'm just going to put it out there. The recreation department had gone downhill since you left. That's just the absolute truth. There is no more Anthony Woods or Reese Adams, and you know, well, Dr. Johnson is still in the picture, which is he's the last of the Mohicans. So, but you know, you do the good job with the recreation. We see that now. You see how it can go down so quick, and you know, and I'm not knocking it, but Ms. Lawson is always talking about putting females in charge. Sometimes that's what happens when you put, you know, get females too closely involved in things.
I'm not going to make a comment to you.
I know I said that under fire. I said, but anyway, I hope that we can move forward with doing the right thing for the county. We've got a lot of open doors that we need to close. We've got a lot of positions that we need to fill. and we need to be running. We really do need to get in touch with the delegation. We really do need to see, first of all, I would like to see what happened. And why is there no funds allocated for the county? You know, for any projects that we have going on for the county projects. And I know that maybe it's our fault, but it still doesn't taste good to know that we've got all these things going on and we can't get any funds from the state, you know. So we have to rely on the backs of our citizens and still be, you know, in good graces with them. But I just like to give them the opportunity to come to the council and explain it to us what happened. Did we drop the ball? If so, how did we drop the ball, you know? Did a past administrator not apply when he should have applied? Did the past administrator just didn't do it? What happened? We have no funds allocated to any projects that we're doing. And if I'm wrong, somebody correct me. But I like to give them the opportunity to come and just explain to council, address council, and no disrespect for the delegation, but we needed their help, we needed their assistance, and at this particular time, I don't see it.
Just thank you to the ones that come out tonight. It's always good to see people in the audience that takes interest in what goes on in the county. So thank y'all for coming. We do hear your concerns. Like I said, I think there needs to be additional talks as far as what needs to happen with our recreational projects to move forward. I mean, we do have a start. I mean, we had to start somewhere. We kicked the can for a long time. Whether people like to start or not like to start, we at least got it started. You know, there's a whole lot of work that we need to do as far as recreation in all aspects, from 0 to 100. You know, so we do. I do know we need to do that. I think we need to have a workshop on that to at least keep moving. Just because we started, we don't need to stop, because I think we need to keep moving as a council, to keep moving forward in that direction, whatever direction we choose to go in. I think we just need to have a workshop to move forward. I don't think you can get it all done tonight, but I do think we need to have a workshop to move that forward and get some other ideas out there that's been presented to us to move. Continue. Thank staff for their hard work on the budget. Sounds like there's more work to do. We need to give some direction of what direction we want to go in, since we didn't approve the budget tonight. I think there's some things that was wanted back to see which way it moves forward. But if there's other ideas, I think we need to at least email staff or get in touch with them to find out what. If it's not approved, we have to do something. We have to change it to get it approved, and so we have to. We need to have, I guess, another workshop somewhere or another between now and then to get that done. Hopefully, in the next few months, the OI Road will. I think it's up for bid, and so to move forward. So that hopefully that'll be coming within the next few months to get the process. It still ain't gonna happen overnight, but at least there's processes going forward. Those roads have been closed for a long time, and so we're still looking forward for those roads to be open. So the process has started. Hopefully, I was told it a couple months ago, within 1 year it should be completed. It's a long time, but at least we can find the end date in it. So that's our goal, is to find the end dates, and there's a lot. It's affected. I mean, my area for a long time, and I mean, EMS, fire, law enforcement, all have had to go around it, taking school buses. I mean, people going to work, it's taking a toll. So I'm just glad that's going to be resolved.
As already been stated, we thank our citizens for coming out, and not only just coming to being spectators, but being an active, vocal part of what we do here. You know, it's been said, we work for you all. We work for the citizen, and you know, I would state for myself that every decision that I make, I'm thinking about myself as an average citizen. What would I want someone up here doing for me? And so we appreciate you all coming out and voicing your concerns about our budget, to being an active and vocal part of what we're trying to do to improve our county. I concur with Councilman Woods' state on our recreation department, and will ask our administrator if she would consider revisiting the previous way that we've engaged recreation, establishing our local commissions again in our different cities and letting that feed into our recreation program. That process worked very, very well in the past, and you had a lot of volunteers, and you had a lot of people invested in our recreation. Now there's very few people invested in recreation because it's not at the local level anymore. You know, Clio doesn't have their own recreation commission. You know, Wallace don't have their own recreation commission. That process really hurt, you know, and it's visibly, you know, the state of our recreation now, you know, since that process has been removed. So I would ask that you consider looking at that process again, and if it is in order to reestablish, to allow those local, you know, recreation commissions to be more active now and feeding into what our county recreation is doing to help mitigate some of those gaps, you know, that we're obviously seeing with our recreation. Appreciate staff for their work on the budget. We know that this is a complex process, but we want to make sure that we do our very, very best to mitigate any burden on the citizens if we can. You know, there's a dark cloud over Marlboro County. There's a dark cloud over Marlboro County. Some of it is our own doing. Some of it is beyond our control. But my prayer is that that dark cloud be removed, and so the sun will peek out. There's something that's going to happen that's going to shake this county up. There's something that's going to happen, and to be honest about it, it should happen, because we've gotten too comfortable in the way things have been delivered in Marlboro County, and it's affected our citizens. It's put undue burden on our citizens while we've sat back and just coasted, you know. And I'm hoping and praying that that dark cloud is removed so we can begin to see how we can move forward as a county, how we can attract, you know, business, how we can get an economic development director that's going to go to Singapore, if it takes to go to Singapore, and attract business that's going to come to Marlboro County, that's going to invest in Marlboro County, and we can begin to move forward. There's some things that need to happen in Marlboro County, and through prayer and through faith and through action, some of the things are going to happen. I pray for everybody on this council. I pray for our average citizen, but Marlboro County is going to shake, and it's going to shake in the right direction, because we've been stagnant far too long, and it's time now for us to remove that stigma of a poor rural county and begin to operate in the abundance that's out there and that's waiting for us to walk into.
I'd like to thank y'all for coming out and speaking. And I agree with you. I want this recreation to be for everybody, no matter what color, how much money you got or nothing. I want the kids to be able to do something here. So, you know, you can believe that I'll be on the same page with you on that. You can believe that. And I'd like to thank Susan Rivers, because you hanging in there with us, and we know that you ready to retire, but you hanging in there with us. We appreciate that. And Doris Sumter, I really appreciate you. You jumped in there. You're doing a wonderful job, and I just want you to know that we appreciate it. I mean, you're doing good, and I'm proud of you. And on this budget, I appreciate the staff. I know you've went back to it 4 and 5 times and cut this, cut that. But I do appreciate it, and I appreciate the council here staying on it, because I'm really big on the budget. I don't want no increase for our citizens, and if we do, I won't be able to explain why, just like everybody else. And so that's one of my big things, is the budget. So I really appreciate everybody being so concerned over it. And, you know, they can call us penny pinchers if they want to, but that's what it takes to, you know, keep our citizens from having to take the big blunt of it. Then, you know, so be it.
Again, I appreciate everybody coming tonight, all all the guests. Agree with Dr. Johnson. We centralizing the recreation over here in Benson, that has taken a lot of people out of the game. I know one person in McCall has always been active, and he's wanting to get back active now, but he wants to get active at a local level. Your communities and your sports programs is what builds the identity for communities, always has. The McCall Red Devils, the Wallace Bearcats, Clio Cavaliers, and everything. Your local sports teams has always built the communities, and we need to get back to that. We need to start playing ball games in Clio. We need to start playing ball games in Wallace, and McCall's got that nice love facility over there. And people, they've lost interest in it because, but supposedly all the games are just about played over here, most of them, and some people, like I said, for finances, can't haul their kids to Bennettsville every time there's a ball game. Doris, appreciate you, and appreciate everybody on staff, and we're going to get through this thing. I feel good about Marlboro County. I've been here all my life. Been at the paper mill 34 years down here at the PD River, and I just hopefully things are going to turn around. Inflation is going to turn the corner, and we can start buying things at a decent price. Inflation is killing everybody, and the last thing, my public service announcement is everybody look out for snakes. They are everywhere. A friend of mine's killed 3 copperheads in her yard in Laurinburg. We've killed 1 snake already in our air conditioner. So they're really moving, and I think everybody needs to pay attention when you're messing around your flowers and stuff. So that's it.
Okay, now I'd like to, of course, thank you guys for being here also, reiterate that. Ms. Upton, thank you for your hard work. Susan, for your hard work. Mr. Park, thank you for your work on the budget. And with that being said, we need to go into executive session to discuss personnel matters. Kind of motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay. All right, all in favor? All right, that is unanimous.
I hope y'all get paid overtime. You on out there, ain't you? You get paid by hour?
This time I make that we adjourn.
They got paper tonight. Get time and a half. You a salary, right? Oh, bummer.
I don't think I'm being good.
Okay, is the camera-
Get the comp
is the
time
camera
in.
on? All right. We are now out of executive session, back in open session. Motion was made by Councilman Steen, seconded by
Dr. Johnson.
Dr. Johnson. And it was unanimous that we came out. No action was taken. And do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
So moved.
All right, all in favor? Unanimous.